Alrighto. Hola mola cola, everybody. Welcome back to another art stream with Taratifiao. And yeah, let's get drawing. Hang on, let's go ahead and put up everything on the screen. And before we get into some art today, let's talk about some art I already made. So currently right now I'm entering a webtoon contest. And it's still ongoing. I'm trying to get through the first round. My comic entry is called 5 Shooting Stars. It's a story about these two young teenagers who decided to let the universe decide if they become a couple or not. If they can see 5 shooting stars together, then they will be together. But if they fail within the next year, then they're not going to be together. They gotta accept that. They gotta be out of each other's lives. So, if that sounds like a romantic story that you might be interested in, go ahead and check it out. Vote for me. Help me get through round 1. We'll love you forever. And yeah, hope you guys like that one. That one's for all ages. Now, for those of you who are a little older, 16 plus, you can read Reborn Daughter, which is another one that I have. Now, this one's not in a contest, but I've worked on it for a year. I've got about 29 episodes into the story. And this one's about a young man who discovers he's going to have a future daughter, and we are following the story to figure out who the mother is going to be. So it's another romance story, but this was more drama romance, and it's suitable for an older audience because of the topics that we kind of get into here. So if that sounds like another story you're interested in, go ahead and come check it out on Webtoon Canvas, and tell me what you think. Comment, like it. That's the best way to support a comic author like myself, and I appreciate you guys ahead of time for those of you who go check it out, whether you hate it or you love it. Okay, so one more thing. Oh, hey, what's up, Sass? Welcome. By the way, we were asking about you last Saturday, but we can talk about that another time. But people were asking for you. But yeah, hey, welcome to the stream. How we doing, me boy? And for those of you on YouTube, just one more thing. If you are following this channel and you want to hang out with me while I play some video games, you can come check out the video game channel on Taratifiao Games. It's currently growing. It's I took the screenshot when I first made it, but we've already got 30 more subscribers. So if you like watching video games, I've also been doing a lot of card game stuff. So I've been opening up Pokemon packs on that channel. Well, a lot of people seem to like it, so that sounds like something you're interested in. Come check out my other channel on YouTube, or you can come hang out with me on Twitch, where you get the best of both worlds, like your boy Sasquatch over here, who is also a streamer on Twitch. If you guys like variety games, because I mostly play JRPGs, you can come check out Sasquatch 1031 on Twitch. But I believe his audience is 18 plus older, so for you youngins, you can probably, you can stay over here with me, where we're all ages and family friendly. Let's see. I had family come on over and stay by me. I was busy. No, yeah, for sure. Oh, snap, and Sass on the YouTube as well. I'll be dipping here on the platform. Appreciate you, brother. So, and everything's going good. Everything's going fine. Now, this weekend, we are going to be playing, I'm going to be playing the Nationals tournament on the TV at the store. So, hopefully everybody's fine with that, because I want us all to be playing in tournament, but while also having the option to view and observe the national tournament. Yeah, just been tired. Nah, yeah, I feel you, bro. Like I've just been tired a lot lately. TBH as well. I don't know why. I've just been like, I don't know if it's a summer thing, but I've just been more sleepy. Just sleepy. Alright, so let's draw that over here. Okay, let me know, because I got a little bit of I got some tea to spill if you do show up. But if not, you know, we could hold the tea for another time. And how's Mario Kart, by the way? I don't know if you've seen. I've seen a lot of videos online about how people are abusing the new, like, grinding and hopping around mechanic to just kind of take these crazy shortcuts on the levels. Is that a level of play you think you're going to do, or? Because I'll be honest, I saw that stuff and I said, yeah, that's not. I don't care if you can do it. I'm not doing it. If you race like that, you could have first place. No, we're going to be doing some figure drawing. Now the pelvis is going to be sticking out over here. Now, let's talk about how art reflects your, well, I'm sorry, how your understanding of things reflect in your art, right? So maybe you're watching and you're just thinking to yourself, wow, like, Tario can sure draw, right? Like, wow, look, he's got all of these forms and he's drawing it very quickly. And, you know, it's so detailed in a way, right? And it's just kind of like, this looks like high-level drawing. But, you know, it's not really... I don't really see it like that. I would say that, you know, your art is just a reflection of what you understand. And it's also a reflection of what you feel. And what do I mean by that, right? What do I mean by that? Okay, first of all, this hand, I got this arm squeezing into the body too much. I want to delete that. Let's delete that. Because while I'm talking, I'm also thinking. I'm not like just brainlessly going through this. There's a lot of thought being put into the shapes that I put down, right? Which is partially what I mean by, you know, a reflection of what you know. So, Dario, what do you mean by that? Well, what do I mean by that is that when you study art, it's not exactly all about mimicking what you see, which is something a lot of people do, right? You look at something and then you try to mimic what you're looking at visually, right? Which is fine, but what are you thinking about when you're looking at these things, right? And you are putting it down, right? How is your brain mapping out all that information? So when I used to draw, I put no thought into what is on the canvas here, right? I would just copy the shapes that are in front of me and just kind of call it a day from there. And then whatever I get is whatever I get. But that's not how you grow, per se. But it's about learning and understanding what it is you're drawing. So the more you understand what it is you're trying to mimic IRL and create, the better that you'll get at drawing it. So if we're looking at human bodies here, right? I've learned a lot about the human body to be able to, have an easier time, I would say, drawing it. And my drawings become more accurate because I'm able to apply more logic to it. So what your drawing really says is how accurate, how much do you understand about the subject and that's where, the actual, well, I don't want to say that's where the skill is, because there's concept and design as well, right? All that stuff also creative, also takes some skill to be able to take all these elements and put it all together. Yeah, so look, we just drew a body, right? A person. And now, going through all this, there were a lot of thoughts that I went through as I did this sketch, right? Like, for example, I know that on the torso, right, about half, this is the whole torso, and I understand that the halfway mark is where the rib cage ends. We have a lot of space before we have the pelvis start as well. So there's all this space in between, which includes the belly button, right? Oh, sorry. Okay, here's where I put the pelvis. Okay. So yeah, and then there's all the space in between, but overall, the whole thing, we're looking at the top half is just all the rib cage, and then the bottom half is, it's like the stomach and stuff, the abdominals, then the pelvis, and then, the pelvis will end, and then that's generally about how that shape works. So as I'm sizing out the proportions, as I'm drawing it, I'm keeping all that stuff in mind as I'm putting it out. I also understand that the arm length goes down to the bottom of your pelvis, right? So I generally have an idea where the hand is. Like, generally, you should be able to cover your genitals with your hand. And, I always remember that to remind myself how long the arms are and where they end on the body. And then also, for the legs, if we start from where the pelvis starts the leg, the top thigh is half of the shin combined with the foot. So this should be the same size, roughly, right? So all these small little things that I understand about the body all help and incorporate to the development of the sketch as I draw from a still life, right? So I'll have a reference in front of me, and as I'm breaking down the reference and drawing down the shapes in order to replicate it on my paper here, or my digital canvas. And let me actually use the head. Let's actually count the head. 1, 2. It's gonna be like not that accurate, but 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so she's about 7 heads tall with his average height. That's average height, right? 7 heads tall. A really, really tall person that's like 6 feet or something, right, is about 8 heads tall, I believe. If I remember correctly. I just know like 8 heads is like a really tall person. Like it's not average. It's the average person would be 7 heads tall. And I also seem to notice, and let me control Y here, that on average, from the top of the head to the crotch is about 4 heads. So then like the other half, or just the smaller half, is about 3 heads tall. But like remember over here, the leg starts kind of in the middle of the pelvis. So actually the leg to the foot is also 4 heads down. Which is like a little trick. But you know, that's how I have it in my head to just kind of accurately get the proportions right to some degree, right? And that's the whole point of sketching. You're just trying to put it all on the paper, and then from there you use logistics to refine your drawing. So let's try it again. So I'm gonna have another head. This one's twisted here. Let's draw a neck. And then, so from the neck, we can determine where the collarbones are. And then using the collarbones, we can see where the shoulders start. So you see how I use these small little parts of the body to find the other parts? Let's draw in this rib cage. I'm gonna draw some hands. And now the arms coming out. And this is from this shoulder here. We'll connect the shoulder to the rib cage over here. Okay, now the spine curves. So don't forget that, especially with women, the pelvis curves a bit deeper down, right? So for men, the spine is a little straighter. But this is a female I'm drawing, so spine's gonna be a bit. Now I drew the rib cage, right? So we already have half of the torso. So let's take that box and we're going to, you know, curve it down, right? As if like, you know, this has an opening here. It's like we're opening a drawer or something. And then we roughly have an idea of where this is supposed to end, right? So now the crotch area should be here. So I'm going to draw the pelvis, because even the pelvis needs to have some sort of, you know, it has its own space, and then we have that small gap in between the rib cage and, well, the pelvis starts. Okay. And now, what else do we know about the body here, right? Well, I know that all the way at the end is where we have the joint, the femur bone. You know, the bone for the leg. I think it's called a femur, but this is where that bone would appear. And then we've got the leg. And now, what do you know about the thigh, right? If you know about the thigh well enough, then you know that, you know, we've got a muscle. Oh, you know, this will be the side, and then we got a muscle coming in from here. And then we got this muscle on the top, which is why we have all of that. And then we have another muscle that would, you know, it's on the other side, but we don't see it in this angle. So this muscle stays prominent here, right? And then we can see the hamstrings from behind a bit. And that goes into the calves. And now that we've got the size of this, we can use that and measure that. And I know that the foot should land around here. Let's go ahead and quickly draw that. And I'll even break the foot down a bit, just to see where the planes exist. And now the knee is, of course, here, but the thigh kind of goes over it. That thigh muscle goes over it. Okay, now let's draw the other leg. Okay. All right, and there we go. Now, if I can refine it a bit, I know the stomach's here. Here's the belly. All right, let's move on to another pose. So yeah, this is how you just kind of put all that information that you take all this information that you learn, right? That's how you implement it into your art. And then you make specific decisions. And now, professional work, what they do is that they take this information and they play around with it. You have all the pieces on the board, right? So now you get to play around with it for a bit and break the rules. And this is how style is created. It's when you take the rules and you make it, you kind of make your own rules. So the reason why I want to mention that is because you got to be careful when you're looking at professional work, because sometimes they will break the rules and you'll observe that work and then you'll pick up those stylistic adjustments without realizing that, hey, this is a rule that they broke, right? And that's what makes it pretty dangerous. So it's important to study other people's work, of course, especially your favorite artists, but just keep in mind they may be doing things differently and you just may be picking up techniques that stylistic techniques that you're just not aware of that you're picking up. And that stylistic thing I was just talking about earlier, that's all about expression, right? Because then you can take your knowledge and you can express it in a very unique way, right? Catering to how you feel. So I already went ahead and made, where the part of the floor where the foot meets the floor. But the only thing I want to adjust is just placing the head a bit more back. Make the shoulders a bit more prominent. And when the shoulders are, going behind you, your shoulder blades are getting pushed together and right. So just another thing to keep in mind when you're drawing a pose like this. But other than that, even with limited knowledge of your subject, you can still use stylization and your expression to create art, which, if you haven't really studied much, that's pretty much what you've been relying on lately. So you're pretty much already doing it if that's the case. But, it's still legit. And it's still fun. We have seen creators create a lot of things just off of like how they feel, which is how a lot of this stuff in fiction is born. Because when you start to limit yourself by logistics, then you kind of shackle yourself down into this idea like, oh, well, this is how this is supposed to be drawn, so I will always draw it like that. Right? But which is why kind of like stylization helps you break out of that, because you're breaking the rules. Maybe you don't like that men have bigger torsos than women, right? And women have bigger hips. Maybe you don't like that. So then you make the stylized choice, right? You make the choice to draw, your men with skinnier or like bigger hips. And just like, let's just say you want the opposite to be true, right? So you draw your men with bigger hips and smaller torsos, and they do the opposite for women, right? And then now it won't be, mimicking reality, right? But this is your reality. This is how you want to interpret things, and these are how your drawings and your characters look like, and that's why it's considered your style. So hopefully that gives you a better understanding of what style is and how you can create your own, because that's something that I've often talked about with other artists, where they're just kind of like, yeah, I don't know how to find my style, but it's just like that's just how I break it down. It's just, just take what you know. So, learn a bit about the subject, and then just purposely break the rules, make decisions that you would just prefer. I've heard about an artist, a professional artist, who they don't like the how the leg measurements are, and they think legs should look longer because they look nicer. So, and I think he specifically does that with women characters. Not sure if it's both genders, but he likes to draw his anime girls with very long legs. So if somebody copied his work, they would be used to drawing very long-legged people, because the artist themselves is they are deforming, right? Taking a form and just purposely straying from how it's supposed to be. This person's sitting down. And remember, the knee is a very square shape. I got a bird sitting. So all this to say, that art is art. Some of you may be drawing, and you're thinking you have to be more realistic, and you have to be more accurate with your drawings, but that's not the case. That's far from the truth. If that's personally where you want your art to go, then sure, right? I'm not going to tell you that's the wrong way of thinking. But what I do hope that you understand is that choosing to draw accurately or realistically is just a matter of preference these days. And, that's one thing I've learned from art school. When I went to school for art, I was expecting to be more proficient in a way where I would be drawing everything more accurate and better, and I'll have these very cool, detailed looking, works of art. But that was far from the case, except the opposite happened when I went to college for art. And instead of focusing us on, being able to draw things accurately and logistically, the school curriculum was more focused on the creativity aspect of art. Why? Because they did not value the what would I even call this part? Like I guess the proficient part of art. And that's just because, we live in an age where nobody really cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares how good you are. And that's true to some extent. Right? Like, for me, I think people do care, but that's like, there's like layers of things that people like care about when they look at the piece of artwork. And the first layer is, what does it mean? And that's what the end of the curriculum of college art, that's how they ended it for us. That's what we pretty much learned in a nutshell. Or they wanted us to understand that aspect, whereas, what is your art about? What is it about? Because if we know what your art is about, if your consumer understands what your art is about, then they will care, and that's the first layer. And you can only express that through creativity, through your feelings, not through logistics. So that's something to think about as you continue to create art. You want to ask yourself, what does it mean? Because once your art has a meaning, right, then people have a reason to care about it. And then once they care about it, then they'll start appreciating the whole, the skill portion about it, right? Like how well it's drawn. There we go. We got a person walking, so all the weight is towards his foot, leaning the bottom forward. That's that bottom, leaning the like upper body forward into it. Try a different angle. Gonna use a box. Rib cage. This is where the belly button's gonna be. Let's put the pectoral muscles. All right, now we got the torso. Gonna make this diamond. So we have an idea where the shoulders are. All right, let's move on to the other leg. Okay, seems pretty accurate. I don't want to say it's 100%, but looks like this person is, in some different kind of space, right? All right. Let's try another one in an aerial position. So just a real quick thing about the head. I don't know if you noticed me doing it, but as I go into this angle, I make the head wider. So the head's not a perfect circle, guys. Like if I look through it through the side, it's the top of the head's more like this, and then we got the jaw, right? So, you know, the cranium, it's kind of elongated. So it's not a perfect circle, right? I know we use the circle to just kind of understand the area of space, but like, we use the circle to kind of plant where the center of the head is, but then from there, we should be expanding it, right? So I got the jaw coming out here. So let's actually make this person a skeleton, right? Look at the nose. And then this is where the eyebrows are. See, and then we just let this whole part of the brain come out here, right? See, and now we have the shape of this head in this angle. Okay, so I drew a little skeleton here, right? So now let's take a soft brush and soften this. I forgot the scapula here, so we're just gonna draw a little edge for it. Oh, now I see where I'm getting confused. Whoops. Okay, hold on. Yeah, and then from there, once you get the skeleton in, you can just fill in everything. Fill in the blanks from here. Hold on. The teeth are here, so that means the mouth is around here, right? Alright, and then we'll have the jacket. I mean, just erase the extra lines. That's pretty much the gist of it. That's just how you come to these kind of, these poses, just sketching out an idea in general. Okay. So, let's see, we got an hour and a half of just doing figure drawings. Let's work on a illustration, which I have a tab open for. Okay, so I've been looking into into a specific word, and I've been studying it for my artwork because it is something that you could incorporate into your lighting if you understand it well. So speaking of understanding things and applying it to your drawings to make it look detailed, and using logistics to make it just look accurate, and accuracy makes it more impressive per se. But once again, guys, when it comes to arts, especially like now, like back in the days, like if I was drawing stuff like this, like at freaking like in the 1700s, then I'm making bank, right? I'm getting paid by a lot of people to draw like realistic art, right? Because that's a degree of skill that takes years to get. It's something that's very hard to master. The knowledge wasn't very like scattered or easily available, so not anybody can just like pick it up and learn it, right? But now where we live, especially with technology advancing art, we even have robots making very detailed looking art. We've all seen the AI whole thing going on. But even before AI, when I was in school, we were already talking about how the art world has shifted into this place where skill isn't really relevant to your success anymore. Now it's about the creativity aspect of it. Like, how did you draw it? What artistic choices did you make to give it a specific stylized look, right? What does it represent? So now we care about those things more than we care about the actual skill level and the actual accuracy of things. Now, there's a time and a place for details and accuracy for sure. So if you do have the skill set, there are specific areas where you excel at, where all that stuff is appreciated. But in the general umbrella of art, it is no longer something that's prioritized, especially when it comes to consumers. Like you may watch anime and prefer it over American cartoons, but anime is still a cartoon, and it's still stylized, and it's still drawn in a specific way, and they still use logistics, but there is deformation to make the specific like parts of the human body look cuter, look easier on the eyes. Like anything that they felt like was ugly, they removed it, and that's part of the stylized. So like, for example, if there's like a specific wrinkle in your nose that's supposed to happen when you make a certain expression, in anime we don't put that in there because it kind it looks ugly, right? It's like, ill, I don't want to see that wrinkle on the face, so we just don't put the wrinkle on the face. It's not accurate, but these are decisions that are made to make it look wonderful, right? Beautiful. It's easy on the eyes, we like it, we appreciate it, and we enjoy seeing it. So take that concept and just kind of like throw it into whatever it is you feel that makes the artwork look pretty, or it makes it look nice. Like what, and reaching yourself, think about what do you like when you look at art? What do you appreciate? And other than like details and realistic and logistic stuff, right? Like if that's what you like to see, then that's great, and you could make your artwork based off of that. But and by all means, go for it. It's good. It's a long road. Does it pay off? Well, like I said earlier, that's like a small priority now. So the payoff is not as great as it was years ago. But if that's what you want to do, then that's what you want to do. And I encourage the idea of just doing what you want to do. So who cares how much it pays for? But I also want you to acknowledge that the payoff is not so great anymore. But yeah, look at American cartoons too. Like, people draw things not realistically because it's a cartoon, right? And as long as we understand what we're looking at, that's the bare minimum of what matters. So if let's say if I wanted to draw a flower and that I did something like this, if I showed you this object, you're gonna think would you think it's a flower? And if the answer is no, then I failed, right? If I wanted to draw a chair, and this is my chair, you might think this looks like a squid or a rocket ship, right? That's what you would interpret it as. But my goal was to show you a chair, but now you're looking at it and you see a squid and you see a rocket ship. And that's the point. If what you're outputting has to make sense, right? So if I output a chair, I drew this. Sure, it's not the most realistic looking chair, but I succeeded. If you look at that and you said, hey, that's a chair, then that's it. I succeeded. I was able to create a shape in which you interpreted that object and shape into what it is I wanted you to think it was. Okay, so that's essentially like the bottom line thing that you have to get correct. That's the only thing that cannot be wrong. If I drew something with the intention of like it being a specific thing, and the consumer does not look at that and think it is that thing, then I have failed, essentially, right? But if I wanted to draw a human, and even if you looked at this, you think, yeah, that's somewhat of a human, then I have succeeded to some degree. Okay, so hopefully that made sense, and hopefully that makes you feel better about where you're at in your art journey, because you don't have to do the whole draw every day, get things accurate, learn about the human body thing. That's a completely optional thing. As I like to remind my fellow artists, like even IRL, the artists that I work with, this is a topic that we talk about all the time. You see a lot of cartoons on Cartoon Network where it's very low line work. It's very simple to draw. Like, you can sit there and copy it and draw it very easily, but that's not the point. Somebody sat there, designed it to be that way, right? They thought about the shapes. They thought about how the character would look. They thought about the colors. They thought about how this person would move if they were animated. All that stuff is hard. All that stuff takes skill to take. And all of those are skills that you can be working on developing, rather than developing, the whole, the actual art part of it, right? Because maybe your level of art is where it needs to be. And now at this point, you just got to be creative with what you can do. So focus on what you can do rather than what you cannot do when you're comparing yourself to other people. All right, so that's enough about my rant. Now, I've been looking up a specific work, and I took a screenshot so I could show it to you guys on screen. It's called Translucent. It's so right here the definition says it's of a substance allowing light, but not detailed shapes, to pass through. It's semi-transparent. Now, the reason why I'm looking up this word is because it's a part of my studies to make my art more detailed and look realistic, I guess, to some extent. But it's also, I just want this understanding so I understand how I'm lighting things. Sorry. Or when I'm working on translucent objects in general. Because, as I'm drawing, I want a better understanding of things when I make decisions, so my decisions are more accurate. So this is more to make my, decision making of lighting a bit more accurate than, trying to... Do I have the music on, by the way? Oh wow, I've been yapping so much. I don't even have the playlist on. Sorry, guys. Okay. So yeah, so this is just more like what was I just oh yeah, making artistic decision. So when light goes on a object, right? It interacts with the objects in a specific way, and understanding how it interacts with that object really helps to decide where the light goes or understand where it's traveling on that object. I can create an unrealistic shape, but I can apply how light works on that shape, even if that shape isn't real, if that makes sense. So this is why this step is a bit important for me to learn and to understand, and that's why I'm sharing it with you. Because one big thing that a lot of people, well, I don't want to say people don't know, but you know, maybe you have not realized, because you know this, everybody knows this, because we've all done it before. We were just not aware. But your skin is translucent, which is a substance, your skin, allowing light but not detailed shapes to pass through. Your skin is semi-transparent. To a degree, yes, your skin is actually semi-transparent. And that's why that's important when it comes to drawing characters for me. And that's why I want to understand it and learn it better, to learn how I should apply that to my artwork if I choose to do it. And then again, it's also with objects like glass. Glass are also translucent, right? Plastic, water, all these, you know, when you're drawing, these are all things that you have to tackle, right? At one point or another. Maybe some of you have already tried drawing water before. Maybe some of you have already tried drawing something behind the glass. And we copied what we saw, but what's important is that we understand what we're looking at and we understand why things are the way they are. And understanding that gives us more control of, you know, our illustration or whatever it is that we're drawing. And that's what I want to work on on today's illustration. I want to work on this idea of something being translucent. So we'll take it step by step. We'll take a light approach on it. So what I want to do is use a glass window. I'm gonna do a glass window. We're gonna have a reflection on it, probably. Maybe, I don't know. I may get artistic and just slap things here and there around, right? Let's go ahead and okay, first, I gotta use the bathroom real quick. I'm just gonna leave the screen here. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Okay. So yeah, translucent, pretty important. There's this thing called subsurface scattering that happens on our skin. You can see it if you, and again, like I said before, we all know this, we just didn't realize it, but you know, if you've ever put your hand up against like the sunlight to block a light, and you've seen that the edges of your fingers, you know, takes on that color of light. It gets lighter, right? Just like a white or red at the edge of your hand. Or, you know, you can take your phone and turn on the flash, like the, you know, the light on your phone, and put it on your, put your finger right on top of it, and your finger will block the light, but you'll see the edges of your finger, like it'll be red, and that's, you know, reminding you that your skin is transparent, and the light is going through subsurface scattering on your fingers. So, you know, it's a thing that you can apply on skin for sure when you're drawing characters, but again, it's also good to help you understand, like when there's something, there's glass or there's plastic and you see something right through it, how does it work? You know, how saturated is the object, and how do we add that onto whatever's behind it, and etc, etc. You know, the better you understand how light reflects and absorbs and gets seen through these objects, then the better your artwork will look in terms of just being detailed and accurate. And again, if that's your goal, then you might want to sit down and learn this and study it and practice it. If that's not your goal, then it's not a big deal. You know, you can draw something behind a glass, and as long as we know it's glass, and that's good enough. And then from there, it's just whatever you want, and that's why stylized work is, you know, very important, because and it's better that you understand that, because that's just how it, you know, stylized work should work as. Okay, so Also reset the chat. Hey, what's up, Mikey? Oh. Now just remember, Mikey, it's family friendly. Let's see. You don't draw IRL just on the computer. It's not hard on the computer. It depends. It's different. You know, it's like playing a different genre of video game, right? Like you know, it's like going from a sports game to a first-person shooter to a adventure game, right? You're still playing video games, but it's just like it's a different platform, requires somewhat of the same skills, right? But different areas. Hard to explain, but it's not as hard as you think. Technology has made it a lot easier to, you know, implement what you know onto several different mediums, and then from there it just kind of depends on, you know, not who, but what platform you wanna. We gotta move this hand a bit lower. Gotta be below the eye level. Okay. But yeah. Who am I drawing? I'll reveal that in a bit. We're gonna get there in a few minutes. Let's just do some erasing. You save all the stuff you draw? No, not really. There are some things that I just kind of like, but you know, we have there's like reps and practices that we do. Like I have all this stuff saved, but you know, there's like, there you go, we have this one. It's like stuff like this, I would just draw it and scrap it because, you know, it's all just like I have it saved on a computer, but that's just because I want to reuse it whenever I go on stream. But stuff like this, if I don't do it on the computer, if I'm not on stream, I just kind of delete it. Because that's the idea, you know? We're not supposed to like cherish every little drawing that we make. We're supposed to be able to repeat everything we create. So you kind of get used to like, you know, just drawing in the moment and then just throwing out the paper. Because what matters is the output versus the product. You know, and that's how we make it to this stage here. You know, if I drew like 1,000 hands before I can draw a hand like this. But I'm not going to sit here and show you every single hand that I drew, right? There's no point. There's no point in keeping every single hand that I drew. But the point of doing it is because it's a cognitive function, you know, which is that frontal lobe of your brain where, you know, if you play sports or if you do anything physical or with that involves cognition, you know, you practice it and your brain remembers it and then it just becomes muscle memory. It's kind of the same thing when it comes to art. And the greatest part about digital is that, you know, you're not using up resources, which is that's a great benefit that we get. So I can literally practice and draw as much as I want without worrying about, you know, losing paper or using paper, because that's an advantage you get through digital art. See, like let's look at the ear, right? Let's look at the ear. I know how to draw an ear because I drew enough ears to understand how it would look in this angle, right? We got this flap here, then this goes around over here, and then there's this part of the ear that comes out. It's like a Y shape, and then it'll come down here. There's a little part in this ear that flaps out like that. And then here's the actual hole where you put if you have a Q-tip, you would put it inside this part. But from this angle, we don't really see it. And then here's like the flap that connects to your jaw. And now this part kind of comes in over here, but we can't really see it from this angle, so I'm just gonna not bother drawing it because it's like, you know, why bother? Most people don't even know how the ear looks like, so this right here is gonna be good enough. Oh, thank you. I just want to make the shoulder less rounded. I want to slim this down a bit. We might keep this part here. I don't want this line here. I also want to slim this part of the arm as well. And the reason why I'm slimming everything down is because this is a female. Right? Now let's draw her hair. Okay, now let's erase all the extra line here at the ellipse that we don't need. I don't know if I can make a straight line like that. What straight line? There's no straight lines. None of these lines are straight. They're all organic. I mean, I practice making straight lines, but, you know, it never really works. It's like, you know? It always kind of slides. Like, it's easier to do it across, but if I do it like up and down, it's a lot harder. But that's like the relationship between my pen and the screen. I have to like, you have to, you know, don't leave your elbow down and you pick your elbow up and then you just use your arm. You can make straight lines, but you got to adjust your hand as it going against the screen. And the same thing goes for real life paper, but at least paper, it's like positioned in a way where it's a lot easier. But, you know, computer screens, unless you're drawing from like the tablet on the table. Okay. Now, we're gonna zoom this up. Because the composition is supposed to have something like this. Okay, we're gonna have some hair covering the back here. Neck is here. This will be the collarbone. Eyeballs coming up here. Okay. Okay, now we're gonna erase the whole bottom. Okay. Okay. All right, let's line it up. Oh, hey, what's up, Jeannie? Okay. Thanks for popping in. And thank you for the lurks. But yeah, good stream so far. Did a couple of, practice reps and all that stuff. Talked a lot about just applying knowledge to art and all that good stuff, and, now we're working on an illustration. Let's try this line again. And name this layer gray. And we're gonna add our flats. Okay. Trying to figure out the right color. Okay, next up is...
Better to use a softer brush.
let's start naming stuff. Okay. Well, it's 8 o'clock. We did as much as we can in 4 hours. But yeah. So just going back to this idea of translucent. I was just thinking about how, the light is reflecting on the window, but at the same time, the window it's going to add to everything that we're seeing behind it. And then we've got, the little rain bubbles. And then we've got the darkened area where we have more. So I can't explain it. It's just, I understand that there's fog there. I understand that we see less light because it becomes less translucent, right? So maybe the little darkness that I have on the drawing on the window has to be adjusted and fixed. Perhaps I understood it wrong, but yeah, that was pretty much where my thought process was in terms of like how the eye is receiving a lot of things. I may also have to adjust the skin where that's touching the glass. So I think that was the hardest part trying to figure out during this whole drawing. I was just thinking about, okay, if the skin is touching the window, then it's not affected by like so shadow areas are actually just areas that are also affected by light. So the light is not affecting the skin that's touching the window at all. So then what color is it, right? So that's what I was trying to figure out. I think that's the one thing I struggled with the most. But outside of that, we've got the forms. We drew we lightened up the skin to, according to the light source, which is like a nice yellowish green. And the shadows have there's like the background's a bit green, and which I chose on purpose because in contrast with her red hair. So that's just kind of like a color scheme thing that we did there. So we tried to make the skin go closer to the green to give ourselves that balance. And then we have all this contrast in terms of like desaturated contrast in the front with all the raindrops and the fogginess on the bottom of the window. And yeah, so that's pretty much gonna be it. Now I'll be working on it at another time and just won't be on stream, but this is what we've gotten so far on stream. And this is just part of the study of just things being translucent. Now I did put some translusivity onto the fingertip, the tip of her finger, because even our nail, right, we can see right through our nail. So I wanted to like include that on her fingertip that's receiving the light versus like the nails that are against the window and not really receiving light. I mean, I may go back in and just give it some light later, but essentially I know for sure we want to give the fingertip some light, but maybe we could have done more on the lips here. Right? I mean, maybe this would receive, if it's not against the window, it's probably, the light's probably coming here and reflecting off of the window, and then we're getting a little bit off the nail. I don't know. I have to like really think about it, but that's gonna be it for today. So this is our drawing. Yeah, hope you guys liked it. Hope you guys enjoyed watching. If you learned anything, that would be wonderful. And if you're on YouTube, I would appreciate a like on the video. But if you felt this was useful, share it to a friend who wants to hear somebody talk about translusivity, I guess. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and we'll make a short of the process sometime in the future. So look forward to that for those of you who don't want to watch the whole video. I don't know why I said that out loud. I guess we're at the end. Yeah, special shout out to everybody on Twitch that came by. Wow, we had a lot of the Twitch peeps pull up and say hi to me on the chat. Really appreciate you guys for coming in and saying hi. And next week we will be back. Don't know what I'm going to be working on. Maybe a different illustration. But speaking of illustration, we did finish the Father's Day one. So happy Father's Day for you fathers. On the upcoming Sunday, I will be uploading the post on Father's Day. So look forward to that. And then that's going to be followed by the process video. So yeah. All right, guys. So don't forget, your efforts will never betray you. Keep working hard, keep learning, keep gaining those skills that you want to, to gain, and they are yours, and they will stay yours, and you will have them. And maybe you'll feel a bit more fulfilled. Maybe you'll feel a bit happy. Maybe you feel like you got some more power in your hands. But you only get that by working hard for it. Okay, so hopefully that motivates you guys to go do, learn the things that you want to learn. YouTube's a very resourceful place. Don't spend the whole time on YouTube just watching videos to get a laugh or making fun of other people or just looking up drama. But we've got a lot of educational stuff here, so, and I should know, because that's where I learn a lot of my stuff. It's on YouTube. So if I can do it, you can do it too. All right, be kind to others, and I'll see everybody on the next stream. Good night.